Yo, good morning. How are you all? Oh, let me get YouTube chat open as well. All right, we got YouTube and Twitch chat again today. All right, there we go. Morning, Izzy. What's going on? I'm buzzing. I think streams this week can be very fun. We're gonna do the like portrait slash general painting masterclass. Gonna sort of take you through my process from start to finish. If you want to follow on exactly or as close as possible and try it out yourself, in the Discord, in the Links and Ref channel, there is the PSD to download. Actually, I'll post the link for you in the chats. Okay, this is a WeTransfer link to download a PSD. The same PSD that we'll be using today. Don't worry, it's not a scam. But yeah, it's just if you want to follow along. Let's go to Photoshop. I'll show you what I mean. So it's this PSD. It basically has all these layers in it. And I'll talk about the setup of this in a sec and go through it. So you can try out what I'm doing as I'm doing it, so you get a feel for it, because it's one thing to sort of like watch what I'm doing, but if you can actually sort of try it out in the same file that I'm using, then yeah, you might find it a bit more useful. And also you can then just do whatever you want with the picture, finish it up in your own way. I'd love to see them like when they're done, if anyone finishes one. Be really nice to see. We can take a look, compare notes, as it were. So yeah, this is what we're going to be doing today. I'm not going to do a warm-up today. Well, we're going to kind of do a warm-up by doing the background of this, because it's just going to be kind of a bit abstract and chance to just get a scribble on. But we got loads to cover, so I didn't want to take up the first hour with a warm-up. But I did just want to show people this oil painting. I don't know if you've ever seen this before, but this is Souls on the Banks of the Acheron by Adolf Hiremi Herschel. Insane oil painting. It's basically life-size. It's like two and a bit meters tall and almost 3.5 wide. So the figures in the painting are, not too far off life size, really. And yeah, I was just looking at it again today because I was thinking about it. This painting goes hard. So yeah, just wanted to show that. Thinking I might, before the warm-ups on every stream, just bring an old painting in, one that goes hard, and just show you guys. A lot of this stuff kind of gets lost nowadays because, a lot of people come into digital art and they just know digital art, which is fine. But yeah, there's a lot of these older paintings that just go so hard, and they're really good. But yeah, it's amazing. Like all of these souls. It's pretty hectic. Look at this guy reaching for these parents reaching for their child. All this drapery. It's so nice. Yeah, look, all these souls back here. It's honestly, painting goes off. So there you go. Just wanted to address that. Start as we mean to go on. But okay, let's talk about what we're going to do here. So I have condensed this down to just basically a portrait, but this is basically how I go around about painting pretty much everything. Whether it's weapons or characters or background elements or like a full scene or whatever it is. I always start in a very similar way. I have a process for sort of doing the first, I don't know. It depends how you want to think about it, but this process gets you to a state visually that appears quite finished. And you can obviously then continue to paint on top of it and, work into it more, which is what I do. But as like a first impression or like a first day's kind of work on an image, you can establish lots of things very quickly. And I find this process very helpful for me because if I'm painting something I'm unfamiliar with, or if I'm painting a large scene and there's lots of characters, or anything that's just a bit more complicated, right? Then this is the process that kind of helps me over the hump and get that difficult, awkward teenage phase of painting out of the way and sort of land in a place there where everything is a bit more resolved. I can see where I'm going with it, and also is kind of in a good spot to send to a client because a lot of the time if your client hasn't been an illustrator or just in general is not kind of artistic in any way, or they come from a different background, maybe they're from photography or something like that, it can be difficult to show work in progress to clients. A lot of times they don't really understand the nuances or the process itself, and this can sort of mean that you show them a work in progress which you understand to be a work in progress, but they sort of can't necessarily see the vision or like where you're going with it, and that can cause a bit of friction. So I have this process that basically enables me to show them something quite early on that's quite resolved, that kind of looks basically what it's going to look like finished in a way. And this has just kind of helped that communication along. Plus it's fun, and if you do need to change anything, it's very versatile. As I've said before, you can change like the colors of the light and everything at these beginning stages. This is only for setup, right? This isn't like do these layers, that's it, painting's done. This is setting up the painting for you to then paint on top of, and that's what I do. So let me talk to you a little bit about the file and how it's set up, because I've kind of done the beginning kind of boring bit first. It'd have been a waste of a stream. So let's talk about this file. I'll just put a white background in here. I'll get rid of all this. So I had my kind of rough kind of underlying sketch. Like I said, it's just a portrait. I decided that I wanted it to be some kind of like crow inspired sort of witchy kind of character. So yeah, anyway, it's just this lady giving a side eye right now. From here, like at this point, the only thing I really need to draw out is kind of the head and face and features. The hair, like I paint in with a brush, and all of the other stuff I just put flat shapes for. So at this point, I have the line work. I then go underneath that, and with the pen tool, I just trace out like the contour, the edge, and fill these with flat colors, right? So that's all these are. So there's the hair that sits behind the head. Again, just painted with a brush. I make this shape that I've put here as nose end. This is just for later on. Sometimes I like to use these masks to get certain lines around the nose, but it's turned off for now. Then I've got the eye shape, pretty self-explanatory. I think in the file that I gave you guys, the pupil's white, I changed it to black. You can do the same if you want. But yeah, this is the eye, again, under the line work. And then I've got the eyebrow, which is essentially, I just cut the eyebrow that I drew with the line work off, and now that's the eyebrow. Yeah, clothing on the shoulder, another flat shape. This hair, as you can see, it's just a painted shape. It's kind of rough. It only kind of shows up where it needs to because the rest of it's covered. Little headdress design here, kind of feather shaped. This is going to be sort of like a dark gold, sort of like a dark, a dark gold kind of later on. And there's going to be some kind of gem in the end of it. Then we have feathers and a kind of a dark gold shoulder pad, and that's all of the flats. So one thing that I like to do at this point as well, if I turn off the line work, and I'm going to turn off the eyebrow and also the background. So I've just got basically all of this right now with no background. I'm going to, just click on the top layer, and I'm going to super copy all of that. I'm trying to remember what super copy is to tell you. I think it's Control Shift Alt. I'll have to see. I've got it mapped. It's Control Shift Alt E. And I'll just show you on my macros here. So I've got this keypad. Control Shift Alt E is super copy. I just have that mapped to one button. And what that does is as you can see here, it copies what you're currently looking at to one layer. So it's very handy to do this. That's why I have it shortcutted. But yeah, Control Shift Alt and E. So that will super copy everything that you're currently looking at in your folder onto one layer, out on a new layer. So like this now is what I'm looking at flat. Yeah, it's like a merge copy. Anyway, that's there, and then Control U, I just shift these colors and whack up the saturation. Doesn't matter where you shift it, you can shift it anywhere. And this is basically just making our clown pass, and this we can use for selections later on. You can use these individual ones, and like sometimes I will pick them, but for example, if I pick the skin one right now, it's the entire shape underneath, right? Not just the skin. So what I would do on this one, for example, I can go select, go mad here. Select color range, hit the purple, and like that's got all of the skin layers. So this becomes a very helpful thing later on. And that's just how I make them from the flats. So what I would do to this, if I turn on this white padlock when I'm on this layer, that means I can't do anything to this. It won't let me accidentally draw on it or anything like that. And I just hide this layer. So whenever I want to select something like the hair, I just go on this layer. I don't even need to turn it on, and I can just select, these things like this, in this manner, and it just becomes a much quicker way to get clean selections when I need them, and complicated selections when I need them. So again, if I want the skin, just turn that layer back on, select color range, hit the purple. As you can see, now I've got all of that. And it will do it where it's like, you know, it gives me this edge, but it actually sorts out where these transparencies are as well. So it's pretty nice for that. Anyway, that's here. Let's put this on, I don't know, put it on yellow, and we'll just put clown in capitals. And that's our clown pass. So we'll just leave that there. Alrighty. I'll get to talking about these other layers that are on top for now, but they can be turned off right now. And we have our background, which is just this kind of gradient. So as a little bit of a warm up here on this background, I'm just going to essentially start painting in a little bit of textures with a large brush, just to give it that background a bit of tooth, and so on, just so that it's not so flat and gradienty, and later on there'll just be a little bit of like visual interest in there. Something which you should get up in your UI right now as well, just because we're going to use it quite a bit, is the lab sliders. So if you just go to window and then this one here, color, if you just click on that, it will pop up somewhere, and drag it to wherever you want on your UI. But it is this slider here. So let me just pop this out. Come on. All right, don't pop out then. I'll just make this larger so you can see. So this slider is a different kind of color slider. Okay. Basically, you can select a color like on your palette. You know, I select up here, or over here, or over here, and you have the color on the top slider, on the L slider, right? And you can go, you know, lighter or darker. Okay, that's self-explanatory. The next slider down will push it closer to green or closer to red. So your current selected color, you can push it more red or you can push it more green. Okay, and then on the bottom slider, you can push it more blue or you can push it more yellow. Okay, and this is really nice for getting hue shifts and hue variation within a certain value for a painting. And this is very nice for enriching the palette and for getting kind of nicer color play. You're not just sort of stuck to your colors that you're picking. You can shift them slightly in either way. So you know, like skin has slight different pigmentation in it, but it's generally like the same sort of value all over. So if I pick a color for the skin and I want to go slightly redder for the cheeks, you know, I can use this slider. If I want to go kind of slightly yellower for the forehead, I can use this slider, and it will, within reason, keep the same value. So if I want a bit of extra color here in the background, because this is kind of a sort of almost monochromatic gradient from like a dark sort of bluey purple to a lighter, more chromatic bluey purple, right? But I want to get a little bit more visual interest in here. You know, I'm selecting this color right here, and I'm just going to knock this ever so slightly more towards red, and I start to put that down. And as you can see in here, it's just giving me that little extra pop of color that the thing didn't have before. And then I might decide, okay, down here, let's knock this a little bit more green and get a little bit of that in there. And you can see here, it's the same value. Right? There's the pink, there's the green. Yeah. These sliders, really very nice for this kind of hue variation. Like I said, painting skin or basically anything. Hue variation, is kind of what keeps things looking lively and interesting, and it's very subtle. And this is a great way to do that. You can just slide these sliders. Now, if you push this slider all the way to one side, it's going to change the value quite a bit. So if you're moving sort of 5%, away from where the current slider is. Yash, thanks for the follow. Welcome. If you're moving about 5%, in one direction, you're going to be okay. It's not going to change the value too dramatically. But if you hit it all the way to the edge, then yeah, it's going to be kind of quite dramatic, and you're not really going to want that. So yeah, that's the lab sliders. Like I said, really very useful. I use them all the time. And you'll see me reaching over here quite a bit. So if you've got your own version of it up, you've never used it before, a good time to get familiar with it, practice with it. Do you use this color variation anywhere or more on a focal point? Now, to be honest, I'm going to be using it inside all of these shapes right now. This kind of base layer is going to be very much dictated by this color variation. You can obviously, and it would be wise to do it more so, on your focal point or in somewhere of interest. But it's so subtle that it's very nice to just, keep everywhere. Like I said, hue variation can never go awry. And it's it will just give everything that little extra quality to it. One thing that digital painting doesn't have going for it is that it can kind of quite often look a little bit digital, a little bit flat, especially if you've got kind of gradients, smooth airbrushy gradients and stuff like that. It can sort of lose a little bit of texture and charm and just interest to it. I can bring up a quick painting of mine where I use a lot of color variation, and yeah, it just overall just gives the painting a real pearlescent kind of feeling to it. So this is a sketch from a while ago, but you can see there's a lot of hue variations going on in the skin, replacing values, false coloring, etc., and also in the hair. Yeah, it's sort of basically everywhere, and it gives it this kind of very pearlescent-y kind of quality to it, which I don't know, it just makes it feel a little bit more alive overall. Instead of it all just being blues, it has all of this other, like here, all of this very close values. If this was just all blues, it would be okay, but it wouldn't have a sort of a play visually in your eye. But as soon as you have something that goes a bit more turquoise, we have a little bit more purple in there, we got the blue and so on. There's visual interest, in all of these areas. There's just a little bit of extra play going on, a bit of texture, just something for the eye to look at. So there we go. So that's why we got this in the background here. So before we just have a gradient, flat gradient like this, very digital looking, not so interesting. Now we have something that's got a bit of texture, a bit of tooth to it. And, if I open up the color picker here, we got hue variation that's sort of jumping around the blues and purples quite a bit. And yeah, it's just nice. So get wrecked. So similarly, I'm just sort of going to go into some of these other shapes now, like the hair shape, for example, and I'm going to lock the transparent pixels with this little checkerboard thing here. This just means that any pixels that are transparent, you can't affect. So you can basically only paint like inside of a shape, and this, you do this without selecting the shape. So that's what all these padlocks are here. There's like the transparent pixels are locked. And again, I'll just take like a big textured brush in here. I'm going to select the hair. I'm going to maybe like knock it slightly bluer and get this bit of texture going in the hair. Bit of blue, and then I'm going to knock it slightly pink. Get another kind of rough pass going on in there. Then I'm going to go knock it a little bit green on the back here. Just going to get a little bit of little stuff going on. It's happening. Yes, Jeff. By the way, I do have YouTube chat and Twitch chat open as well. So if you're watching on YouTube and comment, I can see it and so on. I got everyone. I got everyone's number. So yeah. So and again, we'll pick up some of this later, these colors that are in here. So it'll be very nice. So then let's grab this hair shape at the back, hair back, lock the transparent pixels, and let's go a little bit pinker, a little bit greener. And again, look, really nice color and hue variation in here. And it's just about enlivening the palette. That's all we're doing. Okay, this layer, which I've called feathers, I'm gonna go like a bit braver with the colors in the feathers, because you know feathers can have lots of color in. I'm just grabbing like a softer brush. What have I got? Softy, that'll do. So yeah, I'm going to slide these a little bit more bolder in the feathers here, because I want the feathers to have that sort of pearlescent sort of look to them. So we can go ever so slightly lighter. And again, should lock these actually. Whoops. Man didn't lock. Sorry, yeah, lock that. Q. So this is sort of like a underpainting, if you like. If you were doing this on canvas, this is like you're scrubbing in your underpainting, and you're just getting a little bit of extra colors in there, false colors, you know, stuff that would show through a bit later on, give us a bit more of an interesting vibe, and so on. Good. Very, very light sort of dusting of color in the headdress. Nothing crazy. But yeah, you get a bit of blue in the gold. Alrighty. Hit a quick save. Hi, Alex. Good morning. What are you working on today? We are doing portrait masterclass. All the every all the layers that I use. If you want to follow along with your own, and do your own one, if you download the PSD from this link here, you can follow along. You'll find a PSD there that has all the layers that I'm currently working with, and then yeah, you can do your own. Okay, so yeah, I'm assuming you're scribbling in certain layers. Oh damn, 10 streak. Let's go. Time to get good. Yeah, we're getting good today. We are. This is the Dark Souls. The Dark Souls of art tutorials right now. Get good, scrub. We're on it today. Okay, so I've turned the line work back on here. And what I'm going to do now is something similar to what we've just done, but on the skin. I'm going to be looking at essentially painting in areas of the skin that are going to have a little bit more pigmentation to them. So, you know, I might have like redder cheeks, the end of the nose might be a bit redder, you know, around the eyes, that kind of a thing. And this is where I would make a new layer on top of my skin layer right here. We can just call this pigments, I guess. And in this, again, I'm just going to select the base skin color here, and I'm going to pop this a little bit redder. What's going on here? Yeah, pop this a little bit redder on the cheek, for example. Might even make this a tiny bit darker. Can you get a bit more expressive with these shapes? You know, essentially I'm thinking about the face and like where it gets a little bit, you know, redder in places like the cheeks. But then as you get sort of away from the top plane of the cheek and sort of down the side, sort of tends to cool off a little bit. So like here, for example, you could pop this color like slightly bluer, and introduce something like this down here. You can really be quite bold with this right now. It's not something you need to be like super timid with. Like these marks are going to sort of show up later on. And let's take this selection for the skin. Press Control H to hide it. And let's see, I go a bit kind of redder in the nose here. Okay, going a bit pinker in the lips. Like I said, you can be quite bold with this stuff. You don't need to be like really timid with it. I know as a sort of first time doing something like this, you might be like, it's too much. But trust me, it'll be alright. So the forehead tends to be like a slight bit yellower sometimes. Just like less blood, basically. So I got these nice kind of slight purpley blue in here as well. But yeah, we're just giving ourselves a little bit of extra color play. And we'll pick up a lot of this later, so this isn't rendering, this is just basically laying down some interesting colors. I think some people get a bit hung up on like rendering at this stage. There is rendering later, but most of what we're doing now is like setting up. And once we have all this stuff in, we can always come back later and tweak it. You know, we're not stuck to what we have. You know, for example, let's say I've got these and I'm like, actually, you know, they're a bit too much. You know, I can come back and edit them, maybe turn the saturation down, maybe, you know, tweak the values, etc. I can mess with them later. Just have something down right now that's a bit more interesting than just the flat. Okay. And I'm also in my eye here, I'm gonna do something in this. Can I get just get a little bit of color in there. And believe me, these eyes will be glowing later on. Trust. All right. So, next up, this is where we can get a little bit more creative. Yeah, so I paint this on a separate layer because it's something that we may edit later, and we still want this flat here for the skin. And yeah, I mean you can lock it, but if you lock this layer, you can't paint on it, right? So to be able to paint, it needs to be unlocked, and then you could lock it later if you wanted to then paint inside of the shape. The whole reason that we've locked all of these is that we're painting inside of them, and we don't want to go over the edge. And it's because they already have something painted in the layer, whereas this, you can't lock it and then paint in it because it's transparent, and you've locked all the transparent pixels, so it doesn't work. All right. So, she's looking pretty scary right now. So in this image, I thought it'd be kind of cool if she had some like dark eye makeup, and yeah, she looks creepy without the lines. Agreed. Yeah, it'd be cool if she had some like dark eye makeup. So on a layer above this pigments layer, I'm going to make like a makeup layer. And this is where you can make something up, right? You can do some dark eye makeup like I'm going to do. This is where you could put lipstick, or let's say she has like markings or paintings on her face, maybe tattoos on her face. This is kind of a layer that you could do that kind of stuff on. Make it its own layer. Again, because later on, we might want to take the selection of the makeup and do something with it. For example, the skin is like slightly more oily than, say, like the thick makeup, which might have a bit more of a matte texture. And we can use that selection later on to differentiate those two things from each other. So I'm just going to take kind of a brush here and kind of try and get an interesting sort of shape going on. And then basically going to like erase back into this a little bit, get something a little more controlled. Some of these edges I want to like keep softer, where it's kind of like smudged, and so on. Is that okay? I'm using the clipping mask for pigment and makeup layers, not to go over the skin shape. Yeah, like if you don't want to go outside of the skin shape, just select the skin. Okay, and then on this pigment layer, you can't go outside of it. That's what I did. I just hid the selection with Control H. You can clip it to these if you want. That's not an issue. So don't worry too much about that. Okay, just erasing the makeup around where the lids of the eye would be, and so on. Don't want makeup in your eye, do you? And if I lock this makeup layer now, I can get like a little bit of color variation within that as well. Again, just gives it a little bit more interest. And I'm going to add a little bit of lipstick, I think. Select the skin layer, hide it, and then I'm going to use a brush here. For stuff like this, every now and again I would do studies and like grab some photo ref from like fashion shows and stuff like that, where they do really cool theatrical kind of makeup and stuff like that, and just draw my own sort of portrait, but then like copy the makeup from from the ref, and just build up a little bit of a library in my mind of like interesting makeup designs and so on, like, and that way I just have something like in my mind. Like, for example, you could keep this line work and do, you know, tons of different makeup variations, and just, you know, learn makeup like that, for your character designs and so on. It's just kind of an interesting way to do it. Also, what I'm going to do on top of this is make another layer, and this is going to be for like eyelash makeup. So you see where my line work has the eyelashes on it, but this doesn't. So I'm just going to sort of paint in the eyeliner. You know, I can't remember what it's called. Ladies, help me. Eyeliner. Eyelash makeup. Mascara. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to do the mascara. The bilingual curse, yeah. Rimmel? Isn't Rimmel like the brand name? A brand name? Okay. How's everyone faring up so far? We following? Yeah. Rimmel is the brand name, or at least it is a brand name here. Okay. Yeah. So how we doing, makeup wise? Everyone doing all right? And again, these are just like flat colors. We're not worried about any form right now. I'm following with my heart. I'll do it during afternoon. Yeah, fair enough. Again, we can always come back and edit these later on, so it's no problem. So, yep, following along, just a touch slower than... Yeah, sorry, I'm aware that I'm rapido. So I'll try and be a bit slower. Yeah, replays are on, Ayani, and also they are all saved to YouTube, so you can watch them back at any time. There is a YouTube link on the Twitch page. If you go there, there should be a playlist on the channel, and it currently has all 20 episodes of this live stream. And this one will be saved there as soon. All right. So I just hit save because, you know, don't want to lose this halfway through. Save everybody. So I'm going to explain this next bit because again, it's like a bit of a stage that takes a little while. So we can sort of get into it, and yeah, I can sort of do it and then chat to you guys. So I'm going to turn my line work back on, and for now I'm going to turn off my makeup layers so that I've just got the line work and everything like this. Okay. Oh, does it? Yeah, it's just sort of ambient enough that I can kind of ignore it. It's not in the VODs though, by the way, so the VODs don't have any music on as of the last like 4 or 5 streams. So that when you listen to them back on YouTube, you can put your own music on or whatever you want to do. You just listen to all the awkward pauses. All right then. So I've turned the makeup off now for now, just because this next bit, it sort of gets in the way of that a little bit. But we do need the line work. So what I'm going to do now is essentially paint in a ambient occlusion / like diffused modeling pass. So above everything else, so just above shoulder pad here, I'm going to make a new layer. I'm going to call this AO, ambient occlusion, and I'm going to set that to multiply. Okay. And basically we are going to kind of just roughly paint in some ambient occlusion. Ambient occlusion is like a render pass that you do in video games. It essentially renders in light that is ambient light that is occluded from surfaces being close together or touching or like rolling towards each other and so on. And you have to sort of use your imagination a bit for this. But essentially you can sort of get an idea of ambient occlusion. If I do this, put my fingers together, you see there's like a dark line where they meet. Okay, and like and any of the creases in my hand actually, you know, let's take this glove off and I do this. Any of these creases, okay, that you see on my hand that appear like a dark line, okay, these are, you know, two surfaces that are rolling in together like this, and eventually they meet, and as they meet they start to occlude light from each other. Like one is blocking light away from the other, and like this, as the surface gets smaller and smaller and smaller, there's less light that can get in to bounce around, so it appears darker. So you see like between my fingers here in the middle, it starts to get darker. As my fingers like meet each other, it starts to get darker. And there is a slight gradient that happens as these surfaces turn away from each other. So there's slight gradients here. There's slight gradients going into all these creases and so on. So as these surfaces turn away from each other, they start to occlude light. Okay. And ambient occlusion, if it's missing like it is now on these, what essentially happens is you have like the hair butts up against the head, and there is no transition. There is nothing that is telling us what's in front of what, and you know, how things are layered. And so this ambient occlusion pass, basically using the flats that we have, we are sort of painting the occlusion of light from one surface to another, but also in like the creases at the top of the eye here, the creases around the nose, the lips, you know, the headdress, and so on. All of these things. We're going to sort of paint the ambient occlusion in. So we're on a multiply layer. I'm going to select probably just like the base skin tone, something like this. And I'm going to take a soft airbrush. I always found it helpful to think of AO as the spaces that light rays have more trouble getting into. Like there are less ways for the light to hit that surface. Yeah, exactly. That's a good way of thinking about it. It's basically what we're trying to achieve here. So I'll start to paint in some AO. I'll zoom in a little bit. You can kind of get a feel for what I'm doing. I'll even turn off the skin pigments here just so that we're painting on a flat thing. That's why I turned off the makeup, because it's kind of hard to see what I'm doing with it. And the skin pigments could also be here. So let's say here, we've got the lid of the eye, right? And then we have this crease where the lid opens and goes in. So I'm going to paint a very kind of thin, dark line here. I'll turn the line work off even. Okay. A very thin, dark line where this happens. And I start to sort of fade it out as that form widens and rolls out a bit more. Okay. So something like this for that. Now this is going to happen like where the eye, you know, the lid of the eye transitions around the corner, let's say. It's going to happen as this form rolls out from the eye itself. It's going to happen as this lid transitions down to the cheek. And so on. It's going to happen here at the corner of the eye. Turn the lines off again so you can see. And what we can do is start sort of basically soft rolling out forms. So if I turn the line work on again, if I sort of softly roll out some of these forms, we're essentially introducing a little bit of form this way, but concentrating mainly around where there are creases. So the nose here, for example, this is where I'd use my nose end mask. If I control click it, I can paint the outside of the nostril here as it rolls out from the crease. Okay, and around. I can paint this backside corner and so on. And then if I invert the selection, Control Shift I, and invert it, I'll turn off my lines here so you can see, and I can paint the reverse here. So this one's very handy for this. Okay, and basically the darker you go, the more like light is being included. So, you know, the darkest places are places like these kind of deep creases, right? But things like rolling out from around the nostril, they don't come to like an exact point. So that modeling is much softer overall. So even the nose transitioning around and away from us like this, we'll get a slight bit of ambient occlusion. Same with like the brow and so on. It's turning away from us. And this is why it's kind of hard, because you have to sort of imagine this, right? You're imagining if there is a super diffused light that was essentially coming from all directions, we're modeling the appearance of that. So that's why you kind of need to understand the concept of it, because although you can see ambient occlusion, you know, in places, it's on its own, if you're just imagining it on its own, it can be a little bit difficult to think about. So I'm going to turn my lines back on here just so I can find the mouth. Gonna get this kind of lip shape. Turn the lines off again. But what should be working, right? If to know if your ambient occlusion is working, okay, you should start to get the impression of form. It shouldn't read like the makeup does, where it's just flat shapes on the skin or like, patterns. It should, like this, start to give the appearance of form, form transitioning and rolling around. There should be, in essence, a slight three-dimensionality that comes from this. One reason why I do this pass kind of quite early as well is because it can give the appearance of something being quite rendered at an early stage in the painting. And if I am showing this to a client at the end of today, there is already going to be a certain amount of form in the painting that is going to make it appear a bit more rendered, and therefore it's going to essentially give the client a little bit of an idea of like, oh, okay, this is what this is going to look like sort of finished. All right. So you're probably still catching up with that. That's okay. I'm not going to like move on from ambient occlusion just yet. There's still more ambient occlusion to do here. But what I'm also going to show you is like, why does the upper side of the cheek also get some shadow? So yeah, here, for example, I'm putting this transition in here. With ambient occlusion, like, it is surfaces that are rolling together and touching. But for example, as a surface rolls away from you, like the cheek here, okay, as this cheek rolls away from you, what's happening is that the surface is becoming foreshortened, right? So it's slightly getting foreshortened like this. And as this happens, all that information that was in a centimeter square like this is now compressed into a much smaller space. So like any surface elements that there are here, like slight hairs on the skin or the skin pore texture or whatever, as that becomes foreshortened and moves away from you, that information gets slightly darker. It gets slightly compressed. So you get this ever so slight kind of darkening of the surface as it's rolling around and away. If we're thinking about this being purely ambiently lit, right? Diffused lighting. I'm not talking about like a direct light on it or anything like that. So that's why there's a slight soft modeling on the cheek here. That's why there's a slight rolling out from the eye here. That's why here, for example, there'd even be a little bit of this in here. So there's just this very soft modeling that's happening. Now, other places this is going to happen, like I mentioned, is I think I was getting wrong the soft transition, making it look too flat. Yeah, for example, yeah. And listen, we're not doing this to be like insanely correct, like 100%. This is how a computer would render AO. Like, I'm picking up places where it definitely is going to happen, and I'm taking forms that are turning it away from me to a certain degree, and giving them just a little bit of a turn, a little bit of an edge. Again, this isn't meant to be like a test. This is just rendering the soft forms as if we have a super diffused light. Yeah, you could think of it like that, Cabs Log. All right. So underneath this headdress, for example, where it transitions to the skin, right? At the moment, hard cut between two shapes. So clown pass here, going to select color range, click the skin, click OK. Now I have all of the skin. I can turn this back off. I'll hide this selection. Under here, where this transition happens, whoa. Under here where this transition happens, very thin, just like when the fingers meet together. AO going on. Okay. And now you see what happens. Like, you get the impression of like, oh, that thing is sitting on top of the head. Whereas before it was just two colors that run into each other. Okay. Then underneath the hair here, similar things going to happen. Like, these areas transition, but we're going to get this slight ambient occlusion that sits under the hair shape and just pops this hair shape off from the skin. Same under here as the neck rolls away. All right. So I know this maybe seems a little bit complicated. This is about as complicated as this is going to get. Especially on the forms of the face, you know. So I'll just let everyone kind of catch up on that. Now, obviously, in the hair here, there would be, you know, a certain amount of AO coming into this, where we would sort of take sections of the hair and have some overlapping others, and we could put in a little bit of AO for this. I think it might be easier for you guys if I sort of cover that a little bit later when we get to actually painting the hair, and we can sort of come back into the AO. But I think the important thing for now is to have essentially these transitions around the eye, around the lips, and around the nose. Those are kind of like the important ones, really, for now. But as you can see from this, I turn the AO like on and off, how much kind of form and like three-dimensionality, that we get from just the AO pass. We're not rendering anything just yet. And this is why I'd like to do it early on, or at least rough it in like this, because, like I said, it means when I show the client this after day one, there is already a certain amount of stuff done. And yeah, I can turn my makeup and stuff back on here. You can lock your AO when it's done, for example, and if you're like, oh, okay, actually in the nose here, I want that that AO to be a little bit redder, like you can go in and paint that into the locked layer. You can, edit it that way. If I want it to be pinker or darker, you can paint inside of it and change the color of it, for example. But yeah, you can see with the makeup and the local coloring on the skin, like the face, without any lighting applied, aside from this very diffused light that we're painting, already starts to feel resolved in a way. Right, I'm just going to flick the kettle on, make myself a quick coffee while everyone catches up. We back, boss. Nice. Yeah, while everyone catches up, and then we'll start talking about lighting. And this is where it starts to get a bit more interesting. Maybe you found this interesting already, but at least for now, yeah, this is where we're at. So give me 1 sec. I'll let you catch up. Making your brekkie and listening. Nice, mate. Sounds delightful. And yeah, like I said, don't get too hung up on this, on the AO stuff. I know it's like, seems a little bit confusing. Hopefully my example here of what I was doing helps to sort of alleviate some of that concern about it. But if you just remember surfaces meeting each other, like your fingers being put together, you're looking for those places, but you're also looking for places where the form is like turning slightly away from you. So we're looking at the cheek here, it's turning away from us. We're looking at the nose, it's turning away from us. We're looking at these forms around the eye, they're turning away from us. And you'll know that you're doing it correctly because you start to get this idea of form. But you've just got to imagine it's a super diffused light that is lighting all of the form, and then it's as these forms are rolling away or towards each other that light is unable to sort of get into those crevices, right? And that's what we're seeing. So I'll just turn the pigments and makeup back on. And yeah, it's already starting to look pretty cool. And, we see the color variation that we got in here as well, showing through. Like we got a bit of greens, bit of yellows, pinks, blues. It really starts to feel quite lively. Happy birthday, Alex. 24 hours late. Sorry, mate. Hope you had a good day. Hey, thanks, Eternal. Yeah, I had a great birthday yesterday. And I'm kind of continuing my birthday today. because why not? But yeah, Daisy and I made some delicious homemade burgers yesterday. Had a few beers, and yeah, I was here at the studio yesterday, preparing this for stream. So I was just having a chat to Jeff, to Manifold here in chat. We were just hanging out in the Discord. So yeah, the big 40. No, it's the big 39. 39 next year. All right, give me a sec. Yow. Male peak age. Yeah, I heard it's peak. Yeah, absolutely. Life starts at 39, they say. That's what I heard. To haven't aged a day, my dear Bilbo. Thanks. All right, homies. So we will come back to some Ayo a little bit later, because we will do it. We'll do some in the hair, for example. Plenty of places for Ayo there, and also these feathers here. We'll sort of separate them out. But I want to kind of move on to talking about lighting, and I think the feathers and stuff context will be a little easier to understand once we have some lighting in the scene. So this brings me on to these layers that I have up here on the right, that I put in the file for everyone. So just to explain what they are. First of all, we have a layer called shadow. This is a multiply layer. When it's on normal, it looks like this. Nice kind of colorful, kind of bluey purple color. And that is set to a multiply. And that is clipped to this folder that contains all of the flats and the drawing and everything. Okay. Now, why this color? Why this specific value? I chose this because it gives me the most amount of lost edges with my background. So if I just turn my image to black and white here, you see how the value of the hair gets lost in here, and like some of these values on the chin, and like the hair in the background, the feathers, for example, the transition between them and the background gets murky, hazy, soft, lost, as it were. I tend to like to do this. It's nice to have shadows that you can lose the edges of. It means that you can pull things back out with light, and not everything needs to be so obvious and like shown, you know. Let's see, maybe even this painting's probably got a lot of lost edges in it. Yeah, like there's loads. Okay. It gives the painting in this sense like that very like ethereal quality, where we're losing edges. Like look at the edges of the hat. It's only the light that sort of picks the hat out, but otherwise the edges get lost in between. Like the shadow melts into the background, and so on. You know, we have a lot of lost edges on these dudes back here that transition. You know, there's lost edges here where the darkness of the background and the cloth melt together, and so on. You'll see them all over in paintings, right? And it's nice when the shadows of, say, the background and the thing being painted melt together, and it's the light that is pulling the forms out. It just gives it a very robust sense of three-dimensionality. Is that even a word? Three-dimensionality? Is that? Do I sound dumb when I say that? Anyway, lost edges. They're good, right? So that's why I picked this shadow value. You can change yours. Like if you're one you want warmer shadows, go warmer. If you want greener shadows, go greener. Like, do whatever you want on your version. If you want to keep it at what I've got, do that. Win-win. Okay. But yeah, as you can see here, what this also does by putting this shadow value on everything, it unifies all of your flats together. They're now under the same like lighting condition. You know, here when they are just their sort of local color, you know, their local color without lighting. That's generally how I try and assign the flats. They are, you know, the values are kind of pulled apart from each other a little bit, you know, and they're not homogeneous. But the shadow, you know, the absence of light unifies all of these surfaces together under the color of itself, right? The color of the shadow, and B, the value pulls everything closer together. So you can still see here that this color variation that I've got in the face, you know, is still showing up, but it's now unified under the heading of that shadow. Okay. Nice lost edges as well. Boom. We will put more shadows in later, but this is just setting up light. We're going to put more AO shadows in, and we'll be looking at this later and adding more shadow where we want it to kind of lose things even further and pull things more together. But this is just like a starting thing. So multiplier layer. Then above this, I have 3 lights set up. Okay, let's disable these layer masks, and I'll turn them on one by one. So we have light 1, okay, which is this. We have light 2, which is this, and we have light 3, which is this. Oh, hang on, this some kind of mark here. We have light 3, which is this, okay. And if I put them all on normal, you know, this one is this kind of pink, this one is a purple, and this one is a blue. These are all set to linear dodge add, so I'll just put them back on linear dodge add now. He says. Okay, linear dodge add. And as usual, the transparency layer shapes has been turned off in the settings, so double click on the layer. Uncheck. This will be checked if I hadn't have done it for you. So you're going to uncheck this. Okay. The effect of that won't be applied until we apply the layer mask. So we'll talk about that later, but just if you make sure you're aware of that. What I mean is, I've got this mask enabled, right? And if I paint inside the mask like this, at the moment, at the edges of this shape, there isn't anything interesting going on because it's a mask. But if I apply the mask, you see how that changed? We now get this like slight bit more purpleness going on. Like if I undo quickly, You see how that goes back to just being kind of monochromatic. And now, hue variation. So that's what's going to happen later. But you don't need to worry about it for now because we're not applying the layer mask, all right? So just enable those masks again. And then go back on here, paint this back out. So, light sources. We're going to add 3 light sources to this. I chose to do 3 because I wanted to show you how to manage 3 separate light sources on something like a portrait. It's a question I often get asked, and quite often as well in portfolios I'll see people will be using like multiple light sources, but they're all competing with each other, and it's very hard to look at. You need to be very careful with multiple light sources, and there are certain things that you need to think about. Those 3 things that you need to think about are, and I'll put them over here on the side. Okay, is this the best way of saying it? Yeah, okay. Size, saturation, and value. Okay, these are 3 things that you need to manage with multiple light sources. So, for example, what you don't want to have is all 3 light sources having the same size. So basically, the same amount of surface area covered, the same saturation, and the same value. If all 3 of your light sources have that, then you have like a really insane lighting scheme that is going to be pulling the viewer's attention all over the place and is going to have a lot of competing elements to it. So these are kind of like 3 sliders in which you need to be aware of, and you need to look at each light source that you add to a scene and ask yourself, how big is it? How much saturation does it have? Macapaka, thank you for the follow. And what's the value of it? And make sure that we are changing those between the light sources. So I'm going to start putting in some lighting here. I'll basically ask for you to like try and copy what I'm doing, and then I'll talk about the light sources. So this first light 1 here that I'm going to add is going to be basically like a light that is coming from the above our character, and it's going to be hitting the sort of the front planes of the character facing upwards, right? So I'll start to kind of paint this in, and you'll see where this is going. Now, because these layers are clipped into this folder, we can just paint in the mask freely here with white, and it's not going to go outside the character. And I'm essentially painting the light in here. So yeah, I'll make a start with that. So I'm just thinking about what surfaces this is hitting, right? It's hitting the top. It's coming from the top, and it's hitting these surfaces that are facing it more directly. And, I'm going to take some amount of liberty sometimes with light sources. They don't need to be 100% correct. They need to like generally make sense, right? But they don't need to be like, again, we're not a 3D program. We light things to show things off in the illustration, and therefore we can choose what it is and isn't going to see. What I would try and stay away from is like making light bend around corners. Obviously, that's where you can really like ruin the appearance of something, but you know, a little inconsistency here and there for the sake of having your light hit something that you want it to hit is totally fine, and most people won't even notice. It's not something you should ultimately care a ton about. Just be consistent. Like, I see a lot of stuff where it's like, oh, this light source is going around a corner to hit this thing. That stuff can really ruin the appearance of a painting, right? Now, you might want to do this with a soft airbrush. You might find it a little easier to do that than being as sort of direct with the light as I am with these strokes. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just a certain look, you know. I always try to be economic with my brush strokes, right? If one brush stroke can say it, I would rather that be the case. But like I said, if you don't have the sort of confidence of hitting it with one brush stroke, you can use an airbrush for this kind of thing and paint black and white into the layer and just get a little bit more not control, it just might help you, that's all. As you can see, I paint a stroke, and if I don't like it, I undo it, and then I paint it again, and if I don't like it, I undo it, and so on. I try and minimally touch the stroke once it's applied, and that way it's not like noodled. But that's just my own sort of taste for these things. You know, you may want to have like a smoother look. You may want to go even more brushy, for example. But yeah, I tend to try and go for this sort of very, very succinct, you know, one stroke, one plane kind of thing. Mellow shit, thanks for the follow. Now, the other thing that I have here is, like, you see on this headdress up here, these edges, you know, are really sharp. They're very like cut, okay? Because this is a metal surface, and these are planes. They're facing it more directly, and they're just like super hard, super cut, right? But then on the skin, those edges are much softer and more textured, and I'm letting the texture of the brush kind of describe that thing to me. I'm making a choice here about the materials, you know, the material quality, if you like, that I'm seeing, and trying to sort of depict that with the edge quality. So this is the start, if you like, of rendering. You're already thinking here about your different materials, surfaces that are going to have like harder edges, surfaces that are going to have softer edges, for example. But you can see, even with, if I turn the AO off here, you'll see how much legwork the AO is doing. So I've turned my ambient occlusion off here. You still see how like flat this looks, right? Like, you've got one light source, cool, but it's still quite flat. But you turn that ambient occlusion on, and like suddenly even just with that one light source, you've got something that's really starting to like give you a very formy impression. So that's why I like to do it early, get it in there. It's very helpful. For example here, you see where this light source is going over my makeup? Like this. And at the moment, the kind of quality of the light is the same on the skin as it is on the makeup. Like later on, this is why I have the makeup on its own layer, is I can select my makeup and I'll be able to paint into this with like a color dodge layer and introduce maybe some like little sparkles or, you know, a little bit of like glitter or whatever, like the pigment catching the light, and give the makeup a slight different reflectivity to the skin. Same with the lips and so on. And it'll be look really, really nice. So that's why everything is separated out like that. You can play with them later. So how's everyone doing with that light source? I don't know if I actually want it on this thing. No, that can stay in the shadow actually. Good. All right. Save. So I'm going to move on to light 2. Like I said, we can come back to this later, right? At the moment, it's this value, it's this color. I might decide later on, like, I want to change the color of this light source. Well, I can. I just select it, you know, make it more saturated, make it darker, for example. You know, I have all of these options to play around with, and once I have the 3 lights in here, I can tweak them like that and find like the best version of it. So right now it's just this, and let's make a little note about these. So light 1, okay, size wise, if I look at all of the surface area that I have, you know, this in the drawing, like this, right? This light is only touching what, like a few percent of that, maybe 5% of the surface area. So this light is like 5% of the size. Saturation wise, like it's fairly saturated. It's not super saturated, you know. It's it could be a lot more. Like could be like, could be all the way up here saturated. You know, it's about mid saturation. Okay, so we say it's, for the sake of argument, it's 50%. And value, it's quite high, right? It's, you know, on a scale of like black to white, it's probably up here. So we'd say its value is maybe like 70%. Is the light source more to her other side? Yeah, well, if you think the light source is up here, right? Something like this, and her head is dipped downwards. You see what I mean? These surfaces too are like foreshortened. Like if you were looking at her from the front, you know, like this. That's her face. Like this crown is like this. Yeah. Gem in the front. So on. This stuff wraps around. So this part of her forehead is out. Like this part of her cheek, for example. Front plane of her nose. All of that gets seen by the light. This crown isn't like all the way out and over her head. See what I mean? All right, so second light source. We go to light 2. Pardon me, sorry. So this light source, I'm going to have this like kind of purple light that is coming up from below and is going to light like the underside of her chin, her lip, her nose. It's not going to be a very strong light, and it's more there to just accent the piece and give me like a little bit of extra color in here. So for example, I'm just going to start sort of blocking that in, and I'm going to use it to sort of illuminate the hair a bit like this and give me a kind of a bit more of a graphic shape for that. But again, form wise, it's just going to be hitting the underside of these forms, and it's very, very, very soft. Right, it's not a super strong light. It is going to appear a little bit stronger in the lipstick, right? Because the lipstick is kind of glossy, so it's going to get a little bit of a harder edge in there. And again, it's coming from below. Okay. So some of these surfaces, like the top of the chin, for example, doesn't get hit by it. And I'm just using it to like pick these things out. So I'm going to pick out a little bit of the bottom of the hair here. Nothing crazy. And maybe let's go clown pass and select this part of the neck in here. Take that off. Go back to my mask. Very softly in there. Okay. So this light source, if we think about it, let's do this. Okay, so light 2. Let's think about this one. So we have the size. We're basically even less, right? Size-wise, we may be like 3%. Okay, of the overall amount of form that it's touching. Yeah. Saturation is quite high, but it's much higher than this one, right? Saturation is probably up more towards like 80 or 90%, right? It's a very saturated color. Yeah. So it's probably more like 80%. Okay. And value, let's see. Oh. Value-wise, you know, we saw this one was quite high. You see how much darker this one is? Yeah. Value-wise here, we're looking probably more like 50%. So we start to see here that we're subordinating that if we have. So we're looking at these sliders, right? This one has a high value, okay, but it has a mid saturation and a tiny amount of size. This one has a high saturation, but it has a mid value and an even smaller amount of size. So we're starting to balance these two out from each other. They don't have the same amount of size, they don't have the same amount of saturation, and they don't have the same amount of value. If they were all of the same, if this was taking up a few more % of surface and it was a higher value, you know, let's start to do something like this. Okay, and it's touching a few more things. Let's say for some reason it's up here and it's in our eye, you know, something like this. Maybe we had it a bit more on some of the hair. Do you see already how this light source and this light source are starting to compete with each other? Because they have similar metrics in those three categories. So what we were doing is being careful to limit where each light has its kind of bigger values, so as not to compete with each other. And that's 2 light sources. We're now going to add a 3rd light source, right? And it gets crazy. So here we go. Light source 3. Now this light source is going to be a much more... It's going to touch a lot of the surface, okay? This light source is going to touch maybe like 40%, 35% of the surface. And it's going to be very kind of soft, diffused light. So I'm going to use like a big soft brush, and I'm just going to put in the big sort of soft shapes first, and then I'm going to use the eraser and sort of cut back into this a little bit. But it's like a soft diffused light that's coming from sort of like from behind but closer to us, if that makes sense. So it's kind of pointing in towards her from behind, from slightly above. Hang on, let me draw an arrow. It just helps. It's coming in at sort of this angle. Something like that. All right, just to give you an idea. And it's hitting the hair, right? So what's important here when you have a light source that is sort of covering a large area is not to get caught up initially on the smaller forms that it touches. So if we imagine within the hair here, okay, that there are, you know, ribbons of hair, let's say, that are going to be doing, you know, this sort of thing, okay, within the head. And these are things that we will kind of render in later. All right, there's all these kind of forms going on. We do not want to think about those forms first. We want to think of what is the hair doing if all of these forms are joined together. So what is the major shape that we are describing before we break that up in any way? So the major shape that we're trying to describe here is something like this, right? We're going to go sort of in and wavy like that, okay? This is the major shape that we are going to be describing first of all. In that way, we get the underlying form. And if we have the underlying form, it's any way that we break that up with the ribbons that I was talking about before, everything is still going to appear like it's going around the same head that's underneath it. Okay. If we get too bogged down in the details first, we will lose a sense of direction for the shape of the head overall, and then the hair is going to seem very, very strange, like it's not going over a skull underneath it. So, as I always say with everything, general to specific. Okay, stick that here. General to specific. Whenever you start anything, always start with the biggest and most important thing first. Don't jump into details. So like with this whole exercise, what did we start with first? We started with the line work, okay? The drawing of it. Then what? Then we made the flats for everything. Those are the big general shapes that make up the piece, okay? Then we start with the shadow, and then we go in with the lights. And as we're doing that, we're getting more specific, right? We're adding more things, more kind of pieces to the puzzle, and we're getting more and more specific as we go along. But each sort of sub thing that we're doing, so in this case, this particular light source, we also go general to specific. So we do the biggest form first, and then we break that down into like 2 sub forms, and then we might break that down into all the tertiary forms. But if we do it that way, they're all going to follow the same rhythm and the same form overall, and it's not going to become a complete mess, hopefully. All right. So just remember that general to specific is the mantra, and that is everything should be thought of like that. If you find yourself going into details, and this also goes into zooming in as well. If you're like zooming in super early in a piece, or you find yourself zooming in super early into a piece, you're going to you know end up noodling on things and not taking into account the bigger picture, and that's where things get real ugly. Okay, so what I'm looking at here is I'm trying to model a form on my mask here. Imagine doing details before the sketch is done. Honestly though, it's easy to do because you could get up here and you start like getting into like, oh, I'm doing the eye, right? And I'm doing all this stuff and this, that, and the other. Or especially with hair, you just start putting in like strokes of hair that are really small before you've sorted out which direction everything else is going. And you kind of lose focus. You end up with something that's too detailed for where it is in the picture. And yeah, before you know it, you're in. It happens. It does happen. Okay, so I'm looking at this big, large form in the hair, right? The back of the skull shape, and then the way that this hair is going to sort of bowl out this way a little bit. So I've got my large shapes in now. You know, I'm describing this bigger form of the hair. Okay, and now I might want to sort of cut into this a little bit and describe some of those ribbons that we talked about. You know, so I've made my brush size a bit smaller here, and I'm sort of just cutting back into these shapes a little bit. I'm still being wary of like what forms of like facing the light a bit more directly, but I'm still, you know, I'm just cutting down into this shape a little bit more, like this. True, couldn't be me. Okay, and I might want to go in and with a brush now. I'm just now thinking about some smaller shapes. You know, the odd hair here and there that's like catching the light a bit more directly. You know, something tertiary. sort of pulling this hair out a little bit more. Okay. And then on here, this light is like touching some of these feathers, right? We don't have any like AO for these right now, but I'm just thinking about a couple of forms here. These feathers are very much going to be like in the shadow though, so don't have to worry about them too much for now. All right. So this light source, if we go back to our little diagram, as you can tell what I'm going to say here, but size, right? It's maybe, what, 30%? 35% of the surface. Saturation, very low saturation. Okay, it's almost gray. Okay, so say it's like 10% saturated. And the value of it is also very low, right? Let's see. Compared to our other light sources, if this one is 70% and this one's 50%, what's this? It's like 30, 20, yeah, 25, let's say. So each light source is basically has a large value in one of these sections, right? And then smaller values in the others. So this one, even though it's a much larger surface area that it's touching, its saturation is very low, so it's kind of quite hidden. And its value is very close to the value of the surface that it's on. So again, it's also very, very soft in that sense. So it doesn't compete with these other ones. And this is how you manage multiple light sources, is being careful of these three things and making sure that they don't compete with each other all over the image. Now you can have two light sources, for example, that have like similar saturations. And if they do, then one of them probably needs to touch less of a surface and maybe needs to be a different value. Do you see what I mean? If I make all of these, you know, really high value, for example, so like I've turned all the values up, right? You see how this starts to pull apart a little bit? Like we've got a lot of contrast around every light source, so much so that in a way they're kind of competing, they're starting to compete with each other a little bit more. Whereas back here, we've got a nice variation of value, saturation, and contrast going together. And yeah, I guess it's just something I wanted to go over specifically because it's a question I get asked a lot. And yeah, it really warrants this kind of tutorial, I guess, than just saying it, because I think people sometimes struggle to sort of visualize this. But when you see it on a surface like this, you're like, oh, okay. Okay. So these lights that we have, the way that the light hits certain surfaces, the way that, you know, that surfaces reflect the light, we can start to like almost render the surface with the shape and texture of the light, you know? So in the hair here, you know, we have these big, soft, kind of silky transitions, which gives the hair a certain kind of quality to it. Whereas on the metal here, it has much harder edges, you know, so it starts to give us a bit of that metallic quality to it. On the skin here, we see a bit more of the texture in the brush, so that gives the skin like a little bit of a texture, and so on. The more familiar you get with this way of setting light sources out, the more rendering you can actually do with just this mask, right? You can you can use different textured brushes, and you can start to sort of paint into these in a way that gives you a lot of free rendering, if you like. So like if I go on this layer and I take this brush, you know, something like this, I can start to get a little bit of my like hair texture detail into the way that the light comes across this by using this kind of a brush. And like I said, we are going to render over these. Like once these layers are set up, we're going to sort of render over the top of everything. But for example, when I'm doing this, I can get a lot of my kind of pre-rendering sorted at this stage of the painting. And this again makes it very quick to sort of show a client, because I can paint into this mask, you know, with texture. Let's say I use like a rake brush or something, right? I can paint into this mask and essentially get a lot of my rendering started in this, you know. And you can, you know, keep a very sort of stylized kind of look by keeping these shapes kind of simple. But you can also go really detailed and, you know, use texture brushes to really nuance these edges. But you see, like, this is just one light source on the hair. There's a flat shape, and then this is just the mask that's doing this. And like that is a pretty decent start for rendering the hair, right? So we go. So now that I've got a few of these kind of hair shapes in, I'm just going to quickly go back to my AO layer and selecting just the hair itself. So I'll turn my clown pass on, and I'll just turn my lights off. Let's go select color range, click my hair, okay, and then turn all that off. Going back to my AO layer, and I'll take a soft brush. I'll just hide that for now. I'm going to use the AO here to essentially soft model the shadows of the hair, and think about how some of these like ribbons in the hair can overlap each other. And I'll do that with like a harder brush in a sec. Let me just put some of these softer shapes in. And this is why I didn't do this bit when I was doing the AO, because I think it's a bit easier to show you when you have the light hitting the hair. Like, oh, okay, this is why he's creating those shapes, because it's based on the light. Okay, and I'll take a bit of a harder brush here. And I'm just making these shapes up, right? I sort of take an edge of the hair, you know, I'm following this piece, and I'm going to say like, okay, it's overlapping some other bits, and so on. I'm kind of putting in this overlap and just building up a little bit of layering in the hair here. And this is nice because you can just be like, do some really nice, big, expressive strokes in here. You don't need to go crazy with it. You know, we're still gonna have a lot of lost edges in this stuff, but it will help to sort of give it a bit more volume, separate some stuff out, especially if we transition, you know, out from under the crown. Yeah, I tend not to go too detailed with hair nowadays. Like, I try and let the sort of overall flow come from the larger volumes, and I'm just sort of suggesting where there are maybe like ribbons that are overlapping each other and so on. But yeah, like I said, I'm not going like super deep into I gotta render every hair. Like, I don't think it's necessary. I also just stylistically don't like it when it's done like that. I much prefer to sort of get a sense of the large volumes and then leave it at that, really. And later we'll do a little bit with color dodge to like just pick some up of the underlying colors. But you can see in here, don't know how well this comes across on the stream, but that underpainting that we had, where it's like purple and green and so on, that texture is all showing through in the hair and in the skin and stuff, and it's just giving a little bit of vibrancy and interest that would otherwise not be there with just normal flat colored shapes. So, and you can get really wild with that underpainting stage, like that painting that I showed you earlier with the lady laying in the water. Like that, you know, was going like a little bit crazier with the underpainting, right? And trying to just be a bit more sort of abstract and painterly with it. And you can get a really nice effect by doing that. Okay. How's everyone doing? Let's have a little check-in while I save this. On this AO layer now as well, I'm going to sort of figure out just what these feathers are doing. Nothing crazy, like I'm just making a few sort of strokes here to suggest like, oh, okay, there's a bit of layering going on with these. Like I said, they're going to be pretty abstract, honestly, and like a lot in shadow, so I'm not overly worried about it. I just messed up the clown pass. I didn't hide the lines, and now they're appearing on my AO after sketching. Well, you can just remake your clown pass, right? Just turn off everything. You know, turn off your background and your AO makeup. You know, all of that. And you can just make it again. It ain't too hard to fix. And there's the lights without the shadow. Still works to a degree. But then obviously the shadow like unifies that together. Pretty nice. One thing you can do as well with the shadow layer is if you're like, I want to see a little bit more of the like underlying stuff, you can mask into the shadows and like mask out the shadows like under your lights, for example, and get a little bit more of the local color of the skin back. So let's say you could even use this mask, you know, let's say you want a little bit more of the local color to show up in the light. You can mask out the shadow in these areas and get a little bit of that back. You know, you can play around with it. That's what's really nice about this at this stage, is that you're free to do a lot of this stuff because it's all in masks and everything's separated. You know, so you can bring back a bit of local color, and you can do that in the hair, for example, you know, however you like. So just be aware of that. You can do anything you want. Let's disable that, delete that. So if you're finding that, oh yeah, okay, I've put this shadow on, but it's just like it's killing a lot of the stuff that I wanted, well, you can like turn the opacity of it down, obviously, but you could also mask it out. And that way you can get a bit more interest and colors back. So you know, something like this. Okay, and later on, before we start like painting on top of everything, what we will do is apply all of these layer masks. But I'm not going to do it just yet, but we will apply all of these. And this makes the color dodge, the linear dodge add like behave in the way that it should be behaving. And also means if we're going to add stuff in these later on, you can get a bit more color play. But for now, I'm not doing that. Okay. So, how's it? That's later. How's everybody doing? We're doing G. Doing all right, safe. All right, I just gotta grab my Huel. Not sponsored. All good. Starting lights now. Okay, wicked. Yeah, I see it. Looking forward to seeing like what you guys do with these. So yeah, when you're done, or even just like at the end of the stream, if you drop them in the Discord, I'd love to see where everyone's up to. Okay. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to use the bathroom, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to move on. We will get into. It's going to add some like shadows to sort of balance this out a little bit, and then we're going to get into painting some different materials. So we'll do kind of metal. We'll do the gem in the headdress. We'll do the sort of metal on the shoulder pad. We'll do the feathers. We'll do the hair, and so on. And yeah, I'll carry on answering questions and so on. So yeah, give me 5. I'll be right back. All right. Deep frills. Thank you already. So far, really good. No probs. I'm having a lot of fun myself. Like I said, I've done this demo a number of times. And usually I just paint it like in an hour and throw in a few little tips here and there. But yeah, slowing it down and like going through each of the stages a bit more, I thought would be a bit more helpful for you guys. And sort of try and explain my thought process with the process a little bit. And yeah, obviously like doctor it however you want. Like this is just how I start things. Some of this might be helpful for you and you're like, oh, okay, this is made me think about how I might want to like have a process for starting things and, you know, so on and so forth. And that's kind of the aim. Sort of take the process and doctor it however you'd like, really. You don't have to do things my way, you know. Koyo. Great. Great. Nice. All right. So let's turn these things off. And now I'm going to add a layer on top of this kind of stack here. And this is also going to be a multiply layer. And I'm just going to pick like a big soft airbrush. And essentially, I'm just going to sort of balance out where I want the attention to go and sort of knock back some stuff that I don't necessarily want too much attention on. So for example, this bottom corner with the feathers and the shoulder pad, just going to sort of knock that back. I sort of selected the value of the feathers at that point and knock them back a little bit. I'm also going to like select the color of the skin and just slightly knock down the values in the bottom half of the face. Okay. Just sort of slightly turning that down and away from us. I'm also going to, let's put my clown pass up here. I'm going to select this part of the hair. I'm just going to knock that down slightly. And then I'm also going to go in and I'll make this color like a little bit warmer. I'm going to sort of slightly brush in a little bit of a sort of a termination edge, if you like, to some of these light sources. So just like a slightly darker edge as the light transitions away. Putting in that termination edge, those halftones. So this edge, you will notice when you like look at some forms and some form rendering and stuff, that there is like a sort of a darker edge at where the shadow starts. And this can be referred to as the termination edge or the terminator. There are some other names for it. I can't remember off the top of my head right now. But basically it's a sort of a transitionary area that sits at the edge of the shadow next to the light. And the width and softness of that termination edge, so that basically the edge that you choose for it, the width and softness dictate how quickly that form is turning. So I'll say that again. The width and softness of the termination edge determines how quickly that form is transitioning from one plane to another or turning away from you. Okay? So what's very important is that you don't put similar width edges on forms that are transitioning at different rates, because that's where things start to look strange. So let's break this down very simply with a little diagram. Diagram time. Heath's diagrams. Okay. I have cylinder A and I have cylinder B. Okay. And cylinder A and B are both lit directly from the top. Okay. Like this. Okay. Okay, and there is, and I'll do it much darker than it would be, but there's going to be like the termination edge here. Okay. Now, as we see here, they're both lit with the same light and they're both cylinders, okay? But the transitionary period between the lights and the shadow, so the termination edge here is like this wide here, and it's like kind of soft, right? It's not super soft, but it's kind of soft. But on here, it's much wider and it's much softer, okay? So this one, like this. This is what is telling our eye about how these surfaces transition. So because this surface is smaller, this transitionary area appears slightly harder and smaller than it does on this one. If you put the same edge on a form that is much larger, you are going to sharpen the edge of it. So this reads like a cylinder of a certain size, and this reads of a cylinder at a certain size. But if I sharpened this edge, made that transitionary area the same as this one, like this, same width, same softness, right? Do you see how now this cylinder now appears to change shape? This one transitions continuously like this. This one continues like this, but when it gets to this point, it changes direction quite quickly, quicker than the size would suggest, right? So now it appears like it has a bit more of a corner to it. It's no longer a cylinder. We've given it the wrong edge profile, and therefore it's changed the shape. Whereas, let me take it back to where it was, nice and soft. Now when it's like this, it appears like a cylinder. So if I think about this in terms of like my arm, and you can do this at home, follow along with me. Okay, you need like just one light from above, which I don't have right here, but you know, essentially we have a cylinder finger, and then the edge of this is somewhat similar to a cylinder, and then your arm is kind of a cylinder. Now, if I had a light source coming directly from the top, and that was the only light in the room, so just like a spotlight, the edge, transitionary edge on my finger here would be sharper than it would be on my hand here, and therefore going down the arm, especially on this round part, would be much softer. So the width and softness, well, the width and softness / hardness of that transition dictates what shape the form is. So if you're turning every form of different sizes the same way in an illustration, you're going to start messing around with how our eye perceives form. So here, this transition is instant, right? It's a hard edge. So this tells us that this comes to a point, right? Here, we see how this drops off, and then we have the termination edge, this slightly darker bit, and then we're into the shadow. This form around the side of the head turns relatively slowly, right? What turns faster? The bridge of the nose. It's it's bony, has a little bit more of a corner on it. So that's why we have a shorter, harder termination edge. Whereas here we have, look, it's wider down here, and then it's thinner up here, okay? But it's still quite soft all the way along. This is because the cheek is like rounder at the front, and then as it gets up towards the top, it's going over the cheekbone, so it becomes a little sharper. And here, this has a termination edge, but it's softer than the one on the nose, okay? But it's harder than the one on the cheek, because this turns slightly quicker than this does, but it turns slower than this does, etc. All right? So when you are modeling forms, especially in an illustration like this, you need to be consistent with the width of that transitionary edge and the softness of it, because that is what is telling our eye how that form is turning away from us or towards the light. And if you mess around with that and everything gets the same edge, then you're going to get like corners everywhere, or you're going to get like forms that are transitioning too quickly, and so on and so forth. And that's where it gets really sort of weird. And it can also look very like over-modeled as well, which is also kind of a term for that. The over-modeling of forms. comes from basically transitioning edges that are incorrect. So just something to bear in mind there. Hopefully that explanation made sense to you guys. Yo, Rick Souza, what's going on? So I'm still on my shadow layer here. I was just adding a bit more, and I was doing those forms, which was just talking about edges. And I'm doing this kind of with the soft brush at the moment, but I'll do something a little bit harder now. Just get a bit more of a painterly feel going on. But yeah, if someone is talking about your edges, you know, if you ever have a critique where someone's like, hey, you need to check your edges, you know, or your edge control is not looking good, or anything of that kind of nature, what they're talking about is the appearance of your forms, and that those transitions are incorrect and are showing forms that are like sharper than they should be, or rounder than they should be, softer than they should be, etc. That's what people mean when they say, you know, your edges need looking at. So just be aware of that. Maybe you've had that critique before, and you're like, what do they mean? What are the edges they speak of? Yeah, and that's what it is. But there's a lot of these kind of, I guess, like mantras, if you like, that help you remember these things. General to specific, you know, for everything. And then, you know, width and size of the termination edge determining the form. It's another thing to remember. If you can sort of distill any of these like learning points down into something simple that you can recall back, that's how you'll sort of remember to check those things in your illustrations at a certain point. In the beginning, it's hard to think about all of this stuff while you're painting. You almost have to sort of stop painting, look at the illustration with this stuff in mind, and you know, try and work it up from there. But over time, it does get second nature, you know. All right. So that being said, on this shadows layer that I've got now, what I'm going to start adding is like the darker portions of this kind of darker areas within my metal surfaces here. At the moment they're not sort of super specific. I'm just sort of picking out the underside edges, or edges that are sort of facing me more directly. In that way, they are kind of going to appear the darkest, let's say. I'm imagining that where I am in the illustration is just, you know, the rest of a dark night, right? That this person is standing in. So it's reflecting just the darkness around, and later we'll have it reflect the head, and all of that stuff, and introduce like some color dodge layers to really juice it up. But for right now, generally just some nice like flowing shapes that sit inside of these shapes that are going to get picked up and rendered in a bit. When it comes to reflections, like you obviously have to do a lot of study to figure out what it is you're looking at. When you're looking at a piece of metal, like gold, and what it's reflecting. And for the most part now, I make this kind of stuff up, the reflections, based on like what's in my scene. But there is a certain sort of formula that I'm following that makes something look metallic. And then if I include some of the specifics in my illustration, like it reflecting certain things that are around it, even if that is just like a colored brush stroke, for example, it goes a long way to giving the impression of it being a metal and reflecting the environment. It doesn't need to be 100% correct in as much as it is definitely reflecting this environment, but it does need to be correct in its simplification of what a metallic surface does. In that way, it's going to read metallic and read reflective, and that is generally enough in the illustration to make it work. If you're doing something that is like a total mirror, right, like chrome, then you obviously need to be much more aware of what it's reflecting and what's around it, because you're essentially painting the environment into the surface, warped through the form of whatever it is, whatever shape it is. But if, for example, like I'm going to have here, it's like a fairly reflective, but it's just going to be sort of like a dark gold, maybe even has a pattern cut into it sort of thing. I only generally need to follow a certain value structure and edges to make this read as metallic, and I can be a little bit more expressive about how that works. So in this case, I'm aware that when dark gold or gold is reflecting something, there is always like a much darker portion to that reflection that generally has quite a hard edge, and that is a reflection of just like the environment around or stuff that is too far away. And therefore the only thing that I'm making sure that I have right here is some interesting shapes that sort of follow the flow of my material, and that have these kind of hard transitions, but they're not actually reflecting anything right now. These are just still on a multiply layer that I have, my AO layer down here. Okay. How's everybody doing? Oh, I lost the YouTube chat. Hang on. Don't think anyone's chatting on YouTube anyway. No. Okay. This was the best example of a Terminator line ever. Oh, well, there you go. That's just how it works, bruh. I don't often see people talking about specifically why that is the way it is. And yeah, when I was at the atelier, that was like day one. This is what you're seeing, and this is why you're seeing it this way. And yeah, very helpful. And after that, once you know it, you can add that stuff to your sketches and all that, and instantly get something that reads a lot better. It's a bit like the AO pass, right? If I turn the AO off in here, you see how flat this looks? The AO is basically doing the heavy lifting in the render. So very important. Okay. Okay. So let's get into some exciting bits right here. We basically have right now the groundwork laid. Yeah, actually, here's one thing. Sorry, before I go back into this, I'm jumping all over the place, but here's an example of it, which maybe makes it even easier to understand. Okay. Here is a cone, right? Now, a cone, is essentially a sphere pinched in at one end. So the surface is we can understand this transitionary surface like we can a sphere. As the cone gets more towards its peak, that form is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. It's tapering smaller and smaller. So the edge of it, the termination edge, and the sort of transitionary halftone is going to get sharper the smaller the form gets, because this turn becomes very, very small. So the termination edge is like up here, like a really thin edge, and this transition happens really quickly. But it's quickly transitioning into a much wider surface area. Okay? And that surface area is getting bigger and bigger and bigger as the more this cone goes out. So the termination edge here is like this. Okay? From where the halftone starts. And then here it's like this, here it's like this, here it's like this, and so on until it's like this. So you can see essentially that the slower and larger a form is turning, the softer and wider the transition edge is going to be, the termination edge, and so on. And that's why, if you were to do a cube, like this, the top surface is lit evenly. That's why it transitions, boom, like a hard edge at the side. See what I mean? Because it's a plane, and so on. So maybe that's an easier way to sort of visualize it, is actually as a cone, because you can see it all in one shape. But yeah, basically edge control. It is edge control, and that's what people mean when they say you need to, you need those edges need work, or your edges are incorrect. They're talking about that your forms are reading as different shapes than they should be, or they're reading as certain shapes when they shouldn't be. And quite often that is just things are too soft. A lot of the times just too soft. I think people get a bit scared about making very kind of definite marks. So they steer away from like harder edges and use softer brushes, for example. Or they've got like, you know, the cheek is super sharp and then the forehead's super sharp and everything. So it kind of looks like everyone is, I don't know, in Minecraft. Okay, so we're getting into the fun layers now. At this point in time, everything we're doing is basically going on top of this. So these are like the setup layers to get us from our drawing, from our flats, into the beginning of a render, okay? This is the beginning of it. This could be the end of it if you wanted this kind of style where it's like, you know, fairly graphic, quite stylized. You could do a little bit more to this, but leave it at this. Or you can use this as the beginning of like transitioning to something that's a lot more detailed with a lot more stuff going on. You could flatten all this down and start painting on top of it. You could keep all of these layers. It doesn't really matter. You know, at this point, this is probably where I'd show the client and just make sure, hey, are we still on track? Do you like the colors of the lighting? Et cetera, et cetera. They might be like, hey, yeah, actually we didn't mention it, but before we actually wanted this light from the top to be, I don't know, green. So at this point, because it's all layered, I can still change that. I can give them what they asked for. Or they're like, yeah, cool, Alex, this is nice. However, we want to like cut the light source off a little bit. So like we want to, we don't want it touching all of the crown. We want it like it's coming through something and it's, you know, the light's cut off like this, for example. So cool, like we can still do that. We're at a point in the illustration where that is not a problem to change because it's just altering. And I quite like that actually. Might keep that. I do like the light being cut off like that. So yeah, good change, nice one. Client happy. Yeah, we've got all of these options. Let's say they don't like the makeup, right? They're like, actually we've seen that, but no, we want to go for something a bit more graphic. You know, can we try something else there? No problem. You know, brand new layer. Let's say we're just going for something that's proper blocky. You know, whatever it is, the design. You know, they want to do something different. They can. It's not a problem at this stage. No issue. We just make a new layer and do it. This is why this is brilliant. Lots of options. But let's say they're like, yo, Alex, this is it, mate. You've really done it. This is the lighting we want to go for. Great. Then what I would do from this point onwards is I would flatten all of this down and make like a super copy of it. And then I'd start painting on top of this and rendering on top. And that's where it gets a bit more fun, I think. But I'm just going to keep this layered for the sake of the demo. And we'll get into painting a few of these materials and sort of showing you where I might go from here. So something that I would start to look at now is introducing a color dodge layer. And this color dodge layer, we're going to start essentially painting in any specularity that the illustration might have. Specularity meaning like reflections of a light source that certain materials will have. So metal, for example, is going to reflect the light source more directly, more sharply. This kind of crystal that's on the front of this, it's going to have light coming through it. It's going to have a nice specular on top. It's going to have subsurface scattering. It's going to be something we can do with color dodge. Maybe her eyes are glowing. Maybe her eyes are glowing. Alex, maybe they are. I do like glowing eyes, you know. Endless possibilities. Maybe there are some little kind of reflective, glittery specks in the makeup. It's got a little bit of a shimmer to it. The hair itself is going to have a little bit of specularity and a bit of a shimmer to it. So this shoulder pad is going to have a bit of a... These are all things that we can do with color dodge. So this is where I'd make the color dodge layer. She's holding a burning coal inside her mouth. So, yeah, on top of everything, I now make color dodge and double click, turn off transparency shapes. Very important. Please do this. This would also be the time that I would, with these masks, apply the layer masks. So let's grab all of these. I'm just going to duplicate them. Okay. Ooh, look at that. Punched up the lights loads. And then I'm going to apply each of the layer masks. I've just kept those other ones though in case we wanted to go back to them at any point. There we go. Lieutenant Danny, what up? Okay, color dodge layer. Let us go. So first off, this crystal on the front, it's going to be catching the light. We're going to sort of paint this in. There's all these little facets, right, where it's cut, and they're all going to reflect the light. What's quite nice about these as well is that because they have these cuts, the light is like refracted inside through the cuts, and then you get this like really nice sort of prisming shape stuff going on inside. And all I do to paint these is select out these kind of triangle shapes that in kind of a random way, to be honest. Like I don't really, not really too much of a structure to this. And I use a soft brush and I just paint a little gradient on the inside. As you can see here, I've got the same color that my light source is selected. And, you know, sometimes I do a big triangle, sometimes I do a small one. And I'm just sort of hitting that with the soft brush, usually doing some kind of gradient from one side to the other. Something a bit soft. What you can also do, which is quite nice, is use your lab sliders and just like slightly notch the color over and do this in the gradient. And this is going to give you like a little bit of a different color. But as you can see, it sort of starts building up this idea of light being refracted through all the cuts in the gem. I'm just adding different colors in here. And yeah, it's just a very effective method for painting these kind of gems. I love doing this. Something like that. If you wanted like another surface that's picking up the light, you know, let's say something like this, like it's facing upwards. You hit the edge of it with a bit of white, just so it burns out like that. And you can get the impression like, oh, okay, there's like multiple cuts in here, and you know, all those edges are catching the light. See what I mean? You could even, for example, do like, if you had a crack in this, you could take a harder brush, you know, do a little something like that. Color dodge, very nice for these. So I'm going to unclip this color dodge layer so that it isn't clipped into that main sort of stack. I'll show you why in a sec. So this is quite nice because it's unclipped. I can like basically paint outside of the shape, and this I can give it like a little bit of a bloom. You know, let's make sure that I'm actually sorry. Give it a little bit of a bloom where it's catching the light. Very nice. It's illuminating like this. Oh my god, I got the itchiest nose. Oh yeah. Got those like old man nose hairs. Getting itchy. Okay, so little surfaces here that are facing the light. Just going to pick them up with the color dodge. I've got pure white here, but let's go back to the pink. Add a little bit of halation to the edge. So I'm getting a nice like little bit of pink going on there. Just giving these edges like a little bit of interest. And you see, all I've got so far is those darker edges that I put in on the AO layer, the light source, and now I'm just going in with a little bit of like color dodge and picking up some edges, introducing like a little bit of color into those, and it's very quickly going to give me quite a metallic looking object, even though really none of the reflections are like that well thought out. I'm just following a kind of a formula, if you like, of like a checklist of like, what do metallic surfaces have? And following that. Like I said, you don't need to be super correct about this stuff as long as the formula makes sense. The more reflective it gets, the closer to it being a mirror, the more correct you need to be, because you're then looking at, you know, oh, this stuff is reflecting directly something around it. But here, for example, like this surface is going to reflect in this surface. That really only needs to happen in as much as I just acknowledge it with a little bit of a reflected edge like this. It doesn't need to be super detailed. The reflection is always going to be darker than the thing it's reflecting. Remember that? So like I'm going to take the skin color here and I'm going to make a sort of a shape, and I'm going to put a little bit of a gradient of that into here, and now it's like, oh, okay, it's reflecting the forehead a little bit. Not loads, it's reflecting that light. Not loads, but it's enough. And I just warp it through the shape. Again, it's not even super correct. It's just acknowledging that that should be happening and doing it. And we can get something that looks, you know, near enough like a metallic surface. And it's still quite sort of painterly and expressive. And yeah, we obviously keep painting into it, but there is... Let's get the AO shapes in here. It's an impression. Like I said, a lot of the time, that's all this stuff ever needs to be, is an impression, and you're following a formula of, okay, metallic surface picks up stuff around it, etc., etc. But we're not literally like painting reflections of an entire environment in there. I hope that kind of makes sense to you. So, but this is why we do studies of these things, right? Because it's hard to. You might be like, "Oh man, I actually still don't know what he's talking about," but it's hard to make this stuff up if you haven't done the studies to see for yourself, like what it is that I'm taking from metallic surfaces. You need to study to understand your own simplification and shorthand and stuff that you're trying to show. And then it will start to make sense to you, like how you can make that stuff up and it still appear the way you want it to, or still appear like, metal in this instance. If you're just sort of copying what I'm doing, you will make kind of mistakes, and you're not going to know how to solve them, and that's where it's going to get a little bit awry, and your surfaces aren't going to look as nice and metallic and so on. But hopefully you can see that, yes, you don't need to be extremely correct. It's just about formula. So, be right back having lunch. All right, nice one. So here, look, I'm sort of imagining there is a little bit of carving into this. These are sort of like, metal, sort of dark gold sort of feathers with some kind of engraving in them, or like, feather shapes rather. And these engravings, these edges are just picking up the light a little bit. So there's a little bit of this sort of edges that it's picking up, and I'm just kind of making up where this design is, but it's giving me a nice sense of like a really sort of rich material. Yeah. And yeah, I'm not being like, this is still enabling me to be really painterly, right? Which is, again, really nice. Just going back to my AO layer here. I want to like darken those tips down a bit. And it's this kind of simplification that enables me to like paint something like this that in essence kind of looks realistic enough, but when you zoom in, it's like, oh, it is just brush strokes and it is simplified. There isn't anything like crazy going on there. It isn't a realistic rendering of a metal headpiece. It just has elements of a realistic headpiece, but simplified. Might even do like a little like a little spark. Because there's something I'm going to do on this illustration a bit later, which will tie into this a little bit. I got surprises. But like, so we can tell, oh shit. Oh shit, there's some magic going on. All right, so next, glowing eye. Guys, he said he was going to do it. Okay, I'm selecting the orange here. I'm just hitting that edge. We're still on the color dodge layer. Gonna make this a much hotter kind of yellow. I'm gonna go in here. We are studying the blade, Danny. Welcome to blade school. She's got the dark sign in the eyes. Yeah, I made it the stream name. Yeah, you're living rent free inside my head, Danny. You have influenced me. Yeah, you have. You have. Consider me influenced. Osh. Okay, what's nice about this as well? It's like everything else is like blues and purples and all that kind of stuff in the illo, and then the eye has that glowing orange. So even though this has a lot going for it in terms of value and detail and like bright white, high contrast, etc., this eye still manages to hold its own because it is the only kind of warm colors in the illustration, and they're proper popping. I know you're doing the eye, but I can't get over how effortless that cheekbone highlight looks. Yeah, it's just that one layer, isn't it? It's just that. Oh, which one? Like, where the? There. Turn that. It's just this layer. Oh my god. There. Okay, let's change the music. Art lady. All right. Yeah, how's everyone getting on? Am I rushing ahead? Or is everyone good at their own pace right now? It's so pretty. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing all of yours. Okay. Glittery makeup. I'm far behind. No worries. It's, like I said, this is more to show you the process. The video will be there for you to look back on. Anything that you didn't figure out. And also, I'm going to continue painting on this tomorrow as well. So we can go over it again. I can do a bit more of a like Q&A. Yeah. Oh, sorry. You'll watch the video later. Nice one, Danny. You a real one. Okay. Sparkly makeup. Bobbity bomb. Going to select my makeup layer by control clicking on it down here. I am then going to minus the eye from that. So I'm going to hold control and then I'm going to hold alt and I'm going to click on my eye layer and that's going to minus the eye from it. Okay, important. And then I'm going to hide that selection with Control H. boom. And I'm back on my color dodge layer. Now, I have a brush that would do this quite well, called Stardot. And Stardot, basically, just is a brush that puts lots of dots down, like this. And I'm painting now on the color dodge layer, but inside of the makeup layer. Like this. And I just put a few of these dots down in the makeup. Looks like it's a little bit glittery. And then I'm going to deselect, so I no longer have that selection. And I'm going to take something like a softer brush and just like some of these that are actually in the light a bit more, I'm just going to hit them with a soft brush. You know, just these ones. Just give them a little dink. It's a bit too much actually. Still want it to be quite subtle, but yeah, I'm just going to hit a few of them with a little dink. Now that you see, it's just giving it a nice little ooh, lovely. Okay, the other thing that I can do to make the makeup sort of a little bit, you know, give it a little bit more oomph to it, I'm going to take this sort of like slight turquoise color, and I'm gonna take a noisy airbrush. Come on now. And I'm going to kind of brush the forms. Let's make this a little bit lighter actually. I want it a bit more turquoisey. And I'm going to brush like the form through the center. So like this form of the eyelid a little bit. This form under here. And it's going to brush those forms in a little bit with something that is, pardon me, a little bit turquoise like this. So I'm just sort of picking out the forms around the eye. You know, the sort of transitionary shapes. The peaks of the forms, rather, sorry. And just giving them a little bit of a hit. A little bit of a dink. And you see, I'll turn that on and off. It's staying like within the value range, but it's just making the makeup now look a little bit sort of pearlescent-y. You know, there's a little bit of sparkle in it, a little bit of pearlescence. I'm going to grab the makeup shape again. Where is it? We've labeled them. There we go. Hide that selection. Again, this is still on color dodge. I'm just going out to these edges and I'm just seeing, yeah, okay. Seeing what it's like if I kind of hit these outer edges a little bit with that sort of turquoisey color as well. So it's, yeah, it's just giving this little pearlescent kind of edge to these. And I could erase a little bit of that back in places. But yeah. Damn. I want to wear this makeup. It looks sick. But yeah, you can see we can use the mask that we made for that in the flats now to sort of be specific and pick those edges out. And we're just painting inside those shapes. Like, you would def rock this makeup look. Yeah, honestly, I think being a makeup artist would be actually really fun. Especially for like high fashion photo shoots or something. I reckon that would be like a really fun job. Ugh. Oh, God's sake. Sorry. So I'm just hitting up the lipstick a tiny bit, because the lipstick could be a little bit glossy, right? So I'm just hitting that up with that same kind of turquoise shape. It's picking up a little bit of ambient light, giving us a little bit of form in there. I agree with you, but I also love that my canvas doesn't talk the way that makeup artists' canvas do. Yeah, fair enough. Have you ever watched that program on Netflix with the makeup artists? Glow Up, I think it's called. You know the one I mean? Have you ever seen it? No, never heard of it. Okay, there's a show on Netflix, at least, on UK Netflix, called Glow Up. And it's it's somewhat annoying. A lot of the people on it are super annoying, but yeah, it's like a makeup artist sort of show, where they have different challenges each week and so on. And yeah, they do all sorts of stuff. Sometimes it's special effects makeup. Sometimes it's like more fashion show type stuff. But yeah, it's quite interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of really awful shit on there. But there's also some good stuff. For someone like me who doesn't really know anything about that kind of stuff, I find it kind of interesting. The judges and like people on it are just like, their personalities are too big for me. They're it's a little bit much, but they can't talk with Vecna makeup. Okay, so continuing on our color dodge layer tear through. How good's color dodge though? Look, this is the image when it didn't have any color dodge stuff on it, and then you start introducing color dodge, and you start to get all these really nice like color interactions and glows and bloom and all that kind of stuff. It's really it's always been my favorite layer mode. So I'm adding some big soft strokes into the hair with color dodge right now. I'm also messing around with the sliders here to get some interesting color movement in here, going from greens to blues to purples. Get a bit of that pink in there. This way, what I'm trying to build up is like a nice sort of pearlescent-y look, which I'm then, in the same way that I like modeled the shapes with the light on it initially, I'm going to sort of model this into being the sort of the specular, and it's going to have this nice sort of color movement. So I'm going to erase back into this now quite a bit, so that it sits as the kind of the specular portion of the hair reflection within the light. So laying it in with a big soft airbrush, and then I'm coming in with a kind of a slightly soft off-round eraser, but you can use anything really. And you see, I'm trying to create like a band with inside, a band inside of the light source. And you see it's like, it's got that slightly pearlescent feel about it. And it's the sort of specular portion of the light. And this is going to serve as like a nice little base for that. Give the hair a little bit more something. And we'll do exactly the same for the feathers, pretty much. You know the flex tape meme? You know the guy that's like, and we're not done yet. And he like whacks the flex tape on the water coming out. That's color dodge for me. I'm like, what does the image need? And I'm like, it's color dodge. Yeah, that's a lot of damage, that guy. Yeah, that's it. I'm going to turn this light down a little bit. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm like, what does this illustration need? Color dodge. Get it. Okay, so we're going to hit up these feathers now. I'm going to introduce a little bit of interesting colors into these in the color dodge layer. Quite low contrast, you know. I'm just, feathers have quite a strange texture, at least the ones I'm sort of picturing. You know, it's almost like lots of little fibers all arranged in the same direction together, and they kind of pick up the light in a quite an interesting way. But a lot of these feathers that I'm going to do are going to be very much like in the shadow, and I'm going to paint over them with like a normal layer near the end as well. So here I'm just picking out a little bit of interesting texture. I might knock this back a little bit with an eraser, but they're going to be very understated, more so than they currently look. just giving myself like enough stuff in the palette, enough like little things that I can pick up later when I paint into them. But yeah, these are mostly going to get painted as normal layers near the end. Like same with the hair. There's like a lot of accents in the hair that right now you see these are just like quite soft areas. Later on I'm going to paint on top of them with a normal layer and put in some harder transitions, some bit more kind of overlaps that some of the hair has, some darker bits, and then it's going to really like look good. So I want a little bit of this blue. In this metal right here, especially in the top. There we go. Let's just pick up a couple of edges. Again, I'm imagining there's some kind of like design that's kind of cut into this ever so shallow, and the edges of it are what's picking up a little bit of light in the scene, but not a lot. And then later I'll paint into this a little bit more, make it sort of all fit together. Oh my gosh. I've never had such an irritated nose as I have right now. Oh, what's going on? I'm just getting like a very, very rough reflection of those feathers in the surface here. Again, nothing detailed. It's just taking the color of the feathers, putting it into this a little bit, and sort of warping it through the shapes that I have laid down, and that will kind of be enough to sort of give it the impression. Yeah, honestly, it's like I had an itchy nose before, I scratched it once, and now untold amount of itch. It's like I can feel every single nose hair. It's crazy. Okay, just going down to my background here. I'm gonna... Ayo, what did I miss? Dunno. I don't know what you missed. All the color dodge magic. Oh yeah, did you miss all the color dodge? Well, I'll show you what you missed. You missed this layer. Boom. This layer. Bad boy layer. It's the one. Want to take your makeup to the next level? Color dodge. Want to paint crystals? Color dodge. chip. I made this orange. Yeah. I'd like to color dodge myself. All right. So, I'm saving the kind of the next bit for tomorrow's stream. Taxes due, color dodge. Yeah, I'm sure my accountant would love that. He's like, can you send me your business accounts? We need to do your corporation tax. I just sent him back an email that says color dodge, and he's like, right, okay, thanks for nothing. Yes, so there are some things. There's loads to do. Right, I'm not on here, but I want to save quite a bit of the like finishing touch stuff for tomorrow's stream, because that's where we'll kind of hit into it. Because if I jump into it now, I've only got like 25 minutes left. And yeah, I don't want to rush it. But let's talk about what I'm going to do on here next, and what other little things that we're going to get into. So in my mind, so what I've done here is basically I thought about what else was going on in the background here, and how do we like introduce some other stuff so I can show you like painting other stuff. So I have basically these flying like kunai daggers that are going to be like flying past her. Some in the background, obviously, and some more in the foreground. And these are going to be like, whizzing past her. And they're going to have this kind of purple sort of electric magic trailing behind them. So the idea was like the crystal is like sparking, and that these knives would be leaving a trail that would be similar, so that you could be like, oh, she's kind of like controlling the daggers with her mind, and she's like sending them past her. So it's going to have these daggers, which we're going to do tomorrow. With movement blur on the dagger. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, there's going to have like a nice trail behind them as well. And also we'll paint into them a little bit. So that'll be cool. I did maybe also think about the fact that there could be a little bit of like rain in the illustration. And in doing so, we can have some interesting little areas where like the rain is like splashing on things, but also we would have like drips that have beaded on the surface of her skin, maybe like running down a little bit, very subtly. I'm not doing this everywhere, but that's a possibility. And that this would have something to do with the hair being wet, etc. Beaded water on the feathers, that kind of a thing. And yeah, maybe you even get a little like splash in motion of these being hit. So that's kind of cool. Yeah, these daggers would be a lot darker, obviously, but they'd have like a ching 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 shung 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 ching ching ching. Okay. Interesting, right? That could be cool. Yeah, it is. It is. But if anyone could do it, I can do it. I like the idea of the raindrops like hitting at this angle and we getting splashes and stuff. But yeah, we'll see. I'll think about the rain. the daggers are definitely happening, but yeah, I'll think about the rain. Uh, and what else? Yeah, we're going to paint into the feathers, the metal, the hair. I'm going to paint on top of like the skin, and basically be a lot more sort of expressive with it. Like right now, a lot of this is like very quote unquote like clean, you know, but I really want to come in and be a bit more sort of painterly with these transitions. Really sort of think about interesting shapes and brush strokes in here. Not just have like soft transitions, but transitions that appear a little bit more defined. You know, these kind of edges that are lassoed out, we'll come back in and, you know, paint these out a little bit more. Give everything just a really nice painterly finish, and go around and do the whole thing like that. So that's also what we'll be doing on it tomorrow. What I mean, like more sort of painterly, let's bring up, you know, a piece of work of mine. Yeah, you see on this lady's face here, there's like a lot more like extra colors that I'm painting in with strokes, and there's like a little bit more interest in how some of these things are transitioned into each other. They're not just soft gradients as they currently are in the painting, but they're a bit more painted. Similarly here, like something like this, where we're like painting in to things a little bit more. There's more of a like homogenization of the entire surface where it all appears to be painted very similarly. And like right now, the way this is set up is that it doesn't really have that that nuance. Like everything is, you know, a little bit too digital for my liking. And so I just really go back in and like just make sure everything is really gorgeous. And yeah, a bit of somewhat chromatic aberration, but more just like finding places to have interesting color movement, where to have brush strokes visible, where to like transition things a bit softly, and so on. So we'll do all of that. We can then go into some like other effects. You know, maybe we can try doing something cool. I'm trying to think. But anyway, there's a ton of stuff. There's a ton of stuff that we can get into tomorrow, which is going to be great. But yeah, we got a little bit more time today. We've got like 20 minutes or so, but it's just a little taster of like where we're going to go with it. I can, with these daggers, I guess if people are following on and they also want to do the daggers, I can sort of put out a PSD folder with just these daggers in it, and then you can add them into your illustration as well if you want to do that. So that would be cool. And then what I would like to do when it's all done, give this to my friend Dan and do another one of these parallax images. So like this screen that I'm about to show you. See how that's like nice and animated. Looks pretty cool. Let's see if I can get him to do one for this one, so we can have it so that the daggers are like actually flying past, and maybe a little bit of the hair and stuff's moving, and so on, and use that as the new starting soon, or instead of starting soon, because I don't really use this one. Use it as another one of those streams. Yeah, cutting the raindrops. I'd really like this front one to be cutting a raindrop. We'll have to see how it looks with them in motion. Yeah, she could blink a little, or like the eye could go from the front to the side. Yeah. Yeah, like on this one, I'll put it back on. You can see it for like 10 seconds. Yeah, it's dope to do that. It's very nice, very nice. But yeah, if at the end of the stream people want to post like their work in progress ones, I'd love to see where you guys are up to, and yeah, possibly as well can take a look at them and help you out with them as well. If you're getting a bit stuck on certain areas or you want me to go over another area, we can also do that. But yeah. So these kunai I made on 3D coat really quickly. I did them before stream this morning. I'll quickly show you. Yeah. So yeah, I put in the very early like rough that I did of this in the background. As you can see here, the paintings there, and then I made these kunai, these like flying daggers, duplicated them around, around the picture plane, so the picture's in the middle, right, and then some are in the background, some are in the foreground. Then I just hide this, and then yeah, I just took a screenshot from here, and that's how those daggers are put into this. In that way, I know I can see the orientation of them versus what's in the background, and it's just a nice way to make sure that my screenshot and this kind of look how I plan them to look. And I'd sort of just roughly drawn in where these were going to go beforehand, just like this. And that's how I integrate, anything that is 3D into my paintings. There are paintings where I do use some 3D for those things. Super effective. For example, it's not even much, but like this ring is 3D. And these daggers, these twisted daggers, are 3D in here, because it just makes it so much easier to get the right angle. His guns, the Picatinny rail, they're 3D. The wings aren't. The wings are painted, but the Picatinny rail and the sort of top kind of rectangle shape, They're 3D. And this grenade I made in 3D because I was learning Fusion 360. And so I made this grenade in Fusion just to try and learn the program. So that's in there. And then painted over. So just take a screenshot of the model and then paint over it. So you can see that's the 3D model right there. At a certain point, let me zoom in. That's the model I made at a certain point. So it's like, boom, and then paint into it with that guy. What else? No 3D on this one. But yeah, you get the point. Certain things is just so much easier to do in 3D, especially if you need the right orientation, or if there is a ton of ellipses. Like these coins on the necklace are 3D. So I make one, duplicate it around, get it in the right orientation, and then take it in here and paint over it. Doing ellipses and getting them correct is so annoying and takes so much time that just doing that in 3D is a lot easier. Trying to think what else is 3D. Or anything with ellipses, the knuckles on this dude, they're 3D. And this front plate here is 3D, but the rest of it's all painted. Yeah. What else? Yeah, part of this gun is 3D, but otherwise the rest of it's painted. Yeah. There you go. Sorry, maybe you don't care about that, but thought it'd be it. Never heard of this program. Yeah, 3D Coat. It's not very well known. I realized that I was here when you've painted most of these. Yeah, exactly, Eternal. Most of those have been painted on stream. Yeah, so you would have seen them way back when, I think. Let's bring up ArtStation again. Most of my ArtStation is just personal work because a lot of stuff I can't show, or is like old enough client work that I don't really like it, or I don't really want to show it. So yeah, a lot of this stuff is personal stuff, but most of it has been painted on stream, to be honest. There's not a lot of these that haven't been over the years. Yeah, I'd say like this one was painted on stream. I can't remember if I did these on stream. I think I did. Yeah, these ones were. Yeah, pretty much most of them, aside from the client stuff. Oh yeah. That gin looks sweet. Yeah, it's a bit janky now when you look at it, but it was fun. Do like Jin. I wouldn't actually mind painting like a new Jin image. But he's definitely someone I could revisit. 3D Coat tutorial. Yeah, I mean we could do a stream on 3D Coat at some point. Yeah, if you'd like to learn some of that stuff. It's a good program. The reason I've not done a 3D Coat stream for a while is that the program is pretty janky sometimes, and yeah, sometimes it can be really difficult to figure out what's gone wrong. And if I was on stream doing that, there might be kind of passages of the stream where I'm just pulling my hair out trying to figure out what on earth the program has done. because sometimes it just does some real weird shit. Jin is very cool. I love him. Yeah, I think he's the best character that League's ever put out. Like just his character himself, but like his lore's really cool. His kit's really cool. He's just overall, and he's like really fun to play. The voice lines are excellent. Any of the CG trailers that he's been in are fucking sick too. Yeah, he's by far the best. He's in an era of really good characters as well. Like that couple of years where Jin came out and like Tom Kench, Kled, you know, there was a good sort of 18 months, 2-year period where like every champion was really, really cool. Yeah, super enjoyed it at that time. Now a lot of them I'm like, they're okay. But yeah, there was that point in time. So good. Tom Kench, excellent character. So good. That's me. Jin is one of my favorite characters concept-wise. That's me with Blender, honestly, or any 3D software. Yeah, 3D can be a bit of a pain. I have learnt ZBrush once upon a time. I have messed around in Blender. I learnt Fusion 360, which is a really, really awesome program. Yeah, I even learnt a little bit of SketchUp at one point. I have Nomad Sculpt, which I really want to get into because it's kind of like ZBrush, but without the horrible UI experience. And I would really like to do a bit more like, facial sculpting stuff, just for fun. Because I did really enjoy doing ZBrush back in the day. And I got really quick at modeling in that as well. And I would like to do that, but just not in ZBrush because ZBrush is hectic. But Nomad Sculpt looked like a good alternative. I've been diving into League lore recently, and I'm hooked. I'm doing a tarot card project right now with the characters from League. There is a channel that puts the character voice lines to like tracks, and some of them are really good. It just kind of gives you a better feeling of the character hearing the voice lines, but with a sort of backing music. The Kindred one, I'll find it for you. The Kindred one is like really sad. I absolutely love this. I'll link it to you. Yeah, here you go, Danny. Yeah, they were on fire during that time, before they went full anime. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Danny, like that person puts all of them to different tracks. There's a really good one for Pike. There's a really good one for Jin. There's that one for Kindred. They're all really good. And because they're the voice lines, they kind of tell a little bit of a narrative, the way that the ones they've chosen. And then the music just adds a bit of emotion to it. And they're really good. They feel quite sad. in a way. TK is underrated, so it's cleared. Yeah. TK before the rework, before they like switched his ultimate around with his other ability, was lit. Such a menace. Young Powder, okay. Awesome, thank you. Live life, love Kindred. I love Kindred. Kindred's lore is the reason I finally downloaded the game. Oh, damn. New painting background sound secured. Yeah, I've listened to that Kindred one so many times. It just feels like a sort of a sad, like, love story. It's quite emotion. Gets me emotion. League does have really awesome horror themed characters. Yeah, I'm obsessed with Kayla Morgana's design in it. Yeah, I used to listen to Necrit reading the stories to get me through long work days. Yeah, that stuff's interesting. Faux show. Gotta go. Thanks for the stream and the knowledge. Bye, Alex. Bye, Eternal. Yeah, I'm not far behind you, to be honest. I am basically at the 4-hour mark, and I'm basically trying to, right now I'm just going to sort of stop and save the rest for tomorrow, because there's a lot of materials that we can do tomorrow. There's a lot of like other pardon me, a lot of painting, and then there's like all the cool finishing stuff like special effects, some like post-processing, a little bit of grading. We can add a little bit of noise. I'll show you how to do that again. All sorts of cool stuff. And we can try out the rain, and all of that. And there's still some really nice stuff to render on top of everything here. So, yeah. All right. Thank you for tuning in today. If you have been following along with the PSD, I would really love to see where you got up to today. If you want to share and put that in the Discord, if you just drop it in the sketchbook section, maybe, I'd really love to see them. And yeah, if you've got any questions about this process, write them down, and save them for tomorrow's stream, and we'll come back and I'll start the stream by answering any questions that people had problems with, trying to figure out the process and whatnot, and we'll go over those first of all. But yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow, same time, 11 till 3 UK time, 11 a.m. till 3 UK time. So same 4-hour window. I might stream for longer. Depends where we get up to in the picture. I think I'll probably be able to finish this tomorrow. But if we don't, then I will maybe stream a bit longer and just get it done. Because we still have the snake witch image to get back to as well. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed it. It was really fun. It's nice sharing my process with you, and to show you sort of how quick it can be. And that's it. All right. Color dodge, everyone. Remember, if in doubt, color dodge. Color dodge everything. If your mum asks you what she can get you for Christmas, it's color dodge. All right. If your neighbor comes around, tell you to turn the music down, color dodge. Don't know what to have for dinner, color dodge. All right. Take care, everyone. It's been real. And I'll catch you all tomorrow. Toodles.